2020. Roughly 11 to 12 hours.
To your knowledge, how many people have been able to accomplish this endeavor?
I don't know the exact number. It's not many. It's something, probably only a dozen or two pianists have ever recorded. As to how many pianists have actually done it, I don't know if there's a record of that.
So let's talk about what you did to prepare. We're in 2019. When was the first concert on this project? When was that? When were you to perform that concert? When was that scheduled?
In January of 2020.
Where was that going to be? Where was that performance going to take place?
At the Winds Church.
To prepare for this inaugural concert, where were you living?
At first, I was living with my family, and at a certain point, the Winds extended an invitation to me to live with them because they had a piano that I could practice on, and I think they wanted to hear me practice.
So let's talk about January of 2020. Did you have your inaugural concert for this project in January 2020?
Yes.
And where did you perform this concert?
At the Winds Church.
Were you to be compensated for this concert series?
The concerts were donation-based, and the church and I had agreed to split the proceeds 50-50.
Did you perform that concert in January of 2020?
Yes, I did.
How was it received?
Very well.
What percentage of the project, meaning how many sonatas, did you perform in the first concert?
I played 3 sonatas in the first concert.
When was the next concert?
In February of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the second concert?
I think 2.
When was the third concert?
In March of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the March concert?
I believe 3.
Was there were you able to perform a fourth concert in April of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
COVID had happened, which was making public gatherings impossible at the time.
So up until April of 2020, if you had to guess, what percentage of the project were you able to complete in those 3 performances?
Maybe 1/5 to 1/4.
All right. During this time, were you working anywhere else to make a little extra money?
Yes, prior I had been working at Gianna downtown serving, and at some point I started working there again after COVID had happened, and I also took on some work with my dad painting houses and laying brick.
So when the pandemic hit, did that put a complete end to your music performances?
For the time being, yes.
At some point, did you decide to perform outside during the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
What instrument did you use to conduct performances outside?
I saved up some money and bought what was the best electronic keyboard on the market at the time, and I needed something portable, and I also wanted something that would do justice to the pieces I was trying to play, so it was a Roland V piano.
Where did you, or how did you get the money to pay for the piano?
Through working with my dad.
So after you got the piano, did you begin to play music on the streets of downtown Greenville?
Yes, I applied for a performer's permit for public spaces, and then I started several times a week taking my keyboard downtown and playing these sonatas at various spots in downtown Greenville.
When did you start performing in downtown Greenville?
It would have been sometime in the summer of 2020.
Where were some of your most frequent locations where you perform music in downtown Greenville?
Probably the most frequent was right in front of Spill the Beans at the entrance to Falls Park, where the fountain is.
I want to talk about an evening in August of 2020 while you were performing outside Spill the Beans. While you were performing, did anyone make contact with you and introduce himself to you?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was John Mello.
Was John Mello by himself, or was anyone with him?
He was with his daughter, Aida Mello.
How old, best you can recall, how old was Aida at the time?
She was 8.
Tell this jury about the interaction you had with John Mello when he first introduced himself when you were in front of Spill the Beans.
I didn't know who he was, but he came up and said he was a musician and asked if I'd be willing to take a request. He said his daughter's favorite piece was Claire de Lune, and I know that piece really well. It's a favorite piece of mine, so I played it for her.
What, if anything, did you observe about Aida while you were playing Claire de Lune?
Like I said, she was 8, so she was pretty young. I had taught a lot of kids before, so I had experience with kids that age and their attention spans, which tend to be very short. So I was really impressed. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, and she was just enraptured from start to finish. She wasn't running around, she wasn't on a device, she was just completely caught up in the music, and that made a big impression on me.
After you played John Mello's request, before he left, what, if anything, did he give you?
He gave me a business card.
Did you use it to make contact with him after that first meeting?
Yes, I sent him an email.
Why did you follow up and begin to communicate with John Mello after that first meeting?
I got the impression from a few things he said and from the card that he was in the rock and roll world, which that's something I had never had much contact with as a classical musician. And he seemed like a great conversationalist. He was charismatic and outgoing, and I thought it'd be interesting to get coffee with him at some point.
And did you meet with John again after that night in August of 2020?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the period between the time you met John and Aida Mello in August of 2020 until the beginning of October of 2020. During that period of time, how many times did you physically meet with John Mello?
Maybe 6 or 7 times.
When you met with him, was he by himself or was with Aida with him?
With one exception, Aida was always with him.
Tell the jury what the activities you and John and Aida would do together in that period.
We'd get coffee a few times. I saw him and Aida spontaneously because I was performing and they walked up like the first time. We got pizza once. We went to an art gallery, things like that.
Tell the jury what your impressions were of Aida as you got to know her in the late summer, early fall of 2020.
They were extremely positive. She's a really special kid. She was definitely mature beyond her years, like I talked about. She could hold a conversation with adults. She looked you in the eye. She seemed really cultured, like she'd had a lot of exposure to different places. She'd traveled like almost as much as I had. She was always telling me about trips she and her dad had taken, and it was just very evident to me that she was a very healthy, loved child. She clearly loved her dad, and it was obvious that he had done a great job raising her. And I was convinced that she was a happy, healthy kid, and he was a great father.
Let's fast forward to the beginning of October of 2020. When is your birthday?
October 2nd.
On your birthday, October the 2nd, 2020, how did you celebrate your birthday?
At this point, Aida had visitation with her mother, Christina Parcell. So this was the one time I saw John where she wasn't with him. And John wanted to show me some of his favorite taco stands out on Whitehorse Road. So we celebrated my birthday together and went to a couple bars, had dinner, ended up getting tacos at the end of the night.
At the beginning of the night, what was John's mood?
Very festive.
By the end of the night, had his mood changed?
Yes, it had.
Describe what his mood was at the end of the night.
Towards the end, at one of these taco stands, he became very pensive and even distraught. And he started to tell me about really grave concerns he had about his daughter, specifically when his daughter was with her mother, Christina Parcell. And he essentially said that whenever Aida's mother had visitation, he just never could rest easy until he got Aida back. And that he just didn't trust her, and he thought that she wasn't responsible and that she might even hurt her at some point. And I mean, frankly, it kind of, the mood of the evening took a big dip because of this. It was clear that he just was terrified about the danger his daughter was in, and this made a big impression on me.
So, when you were with John on your birthday of October 2nd, 2020, where were Aida and Christina Parcell?
I believe they were on a road trip to see family, maybe in Alabama or somewhere farther down south.
When was she due back to Greenville?
I believe the next day, or in the next couple of days.
When she returned, where were Aida and John going to go?
They were going to go to Italy.
Did John tell you that?
Yes.
When John told you that he and Aida were going to go to Italy, what did you think about that? What was your reaction to that?
I thought it was great. I knew at this point that John's parents were Italian, and Aida, I thought, stood to gain a great cultural experience from it. And I just thought if I had had the opportunity to travel and live in Italy when I was 8, I would have jumped at that. So I was really excited for both of them.
Did they go to Italy?
Yes.
So in October, John and Aida Mello go to Italy. Tell this jury what you're doing in October, November of 2020, musically and otherwise.
At this point, musically, I was still performing on the streets of Greenville, and I was also talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments downtown, the Sigel Music Museum. This man was Tom Strange, and we were discussing the possibility of revamping the Beethoven project I had been planning to do that got cut short by COVID by essentially doing the concert series again throughout 2021, but this time recording them so that we wouldn't have to deal with the issue of gatherings with COVID going on.
And did you and Tom Strange solidify a plan for resurrecting the Beethoven project?
Yes, we did.
just generally speaking, describe for the jury sort of the intensity of the schedule, the intensity of the lead up to that project.
Yeah, so as a classical musician, at least, just because you've played a piece doesn't mean that like you know it forever and you're never going to forget it, and it's never going to cost you any more work. It would be like you may have run a marathon once before in your life, but if you haven't trained for a year, it's not going to be easy for you if you go and try to do it again. So I was going to have to relearn all of this repertoire because I had only been playing certain of the sonatas downtown. And with the recording schedule, I was going to be meeting with him. There was going to be other people and other equipment involved. So essentially, I was going to have to commit to a schedule where we'd meet more or less once a week to record one sonata a week throughout 2021 and stick to that schedule. So it was going to be strenuous and a lot of work, and I knew this going into it.
And when was the first recording set to occur on the project with Tom Strange?
I think around January 2021.
And beginning in January, how many performances on the project? What was the time frame on the remaining performances on the project?
Again, it was roughly one a week. These sonatas are not all the same length. Some are short as like 12 minutes. Others, one lasts about 45 minutes. So depending on the piece, we were allocating enough time for me to get ready.
All right, so let's talk about from, again, October to April of 2020. John and Aida leave in October. Between October and April, describe to the jury what the communications were you were having with John Mello, the frequency of the communications. Just tell them about that.
Like I said, I was excited for them. I was excited for Aida to be able to have this experience. Based on what John had told me about Aida's mother, I thought it was good that there was a distance in between them. And our communications had died off a bit after they left. John is interesting. He's also a lot. He's a very dramatic person, and it was a bit of a relief to just not be running into him downtown all the time, because I had a lot of practice I was doing, and sometimes I didn't have time to hang out as much as he might have wanted to. So our communications petered out.
Were you relieved in some ways that your communications with him had slowed down or stopped?
To a degree, yeah.
All right. In April of 2021, did your communications with John and the frequency of them increase dramatically?
Yes.
Why did your communications with John increase dramatically in April of 2021?
Like I said, our communications had petered out, but they hadn't completely ceased. So he had let me know that Christina Parcell, Aida's mother, had been filing, I think, some stuff with the family court in Greenville in order to try to get her daughter back. He was very worried that she might succeed in doing this for reasons I've already spoken about. And in April, he sent me a message, and it was clear from the text that he was very upset, just saying that, Zach, they took Aida. What am I going to do? Something about along those lines.
After he told you in April of 2021 that they had taken Aida, did he begin to tell you in greater detail what his concerns were and more information about his concerns?
Yes.
What happened next?
At this point, I found myself in kind of a conundrum because, like I said, I had appreciated having some distance from John. But by the same token, I was becoming increasingly more concerned about his daughter, Aida. So while I might have wanted to not continue communicating with John for the sake of his daughter, I felt that I had a certain sense of responsibility to help him with what he was dealing with this custody battle for his daughter's sake. We began communicating probably every day, at least by text, often by phone calls. I was giving a lot of time towards hearing what he had to say, towards trying to help him in any way I could. Some of the things I did to help him were, first, he needed counsel. He needed a lawyer in family court. So I was calling a bunch of lawyers in Greenville, trying to find someone who could help him, and by helping him, help Aida. I ended up cleaning his house in Greenville. He had left it with a tenant who absolutely trashed it. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. Like the air was hardly breathable. So I was buying a dehumidifier, getting cleaning supplies, hiring Mikey Manigo, who testified last week, to help me clean out his house so that he would have a place to show family court, that he had a home that would be a safe place for a little girl and him to be living in. I told him when he came back, I'd pick him up from the airport. But notably, while we were having these conversations, he began to tell me in much more detail what his concerns were about Christina Parcell. And, well, in order for you to understand what my reaction was to what he was telling me, you need to know what my experience was with my oldest adopted sibling, Grace. So when we adopted these kids, we really didn't know much about them.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach? Please continue.
May it please the court. Zach, where we left off, you were telling this jury about your oldest sister, Grace.
Yes.
Continue.
Thank you. I don't say this lightly, but my oldest sister, Grace, was the most evil human being I've ever met in my life. She was 10 when she came into our family. The Russian government didn't tell us much about the kids, so we weren't aware of any, if any, behavioral issues. There may have been, and there were many, but specifically with her. I would describe her without reservation as an affectionless psychopath. It wasn't that she was immoral, it was more that she was amoral. She didn't have a sense of right and wrong. Her emotional compass was seemingly non-existent. She was just dead inside. She was a masterful manipulator and deceiver. She could lie at the drop of the hat for reasons that might involve her personal gain or just for the heck of it. She would invent the most absurd, crazy, gruesome stories just to get a reaction out of people. And she could talk about this stuff with the same tone that you might talk about making a sandwich. And this from a girl that I knew between the ages of 10 to 14. It was incredibly disturbing, and the things I learned about that type of personality have stayed with me my entire life, because I've never met someone like this since. And with one exception, I had never even heard someone describe another human being like this. And one of the things that is so dangerous about someone like this is, she was literally like a vampire who would just suck the goodness out of other people around her. She could be very emotional, and she would fake these emotions in order to elicit a response in you, a sympathetic response. And if, for instance, you were accusing her of doing something like stealing or hurting one of her siblings, she would weep and just beg you to believe her and say, no, I didn't do it. And then if you would present her with irrefutable proof that we knew you had indeed done this, it was like a mask would just fall off her face. And I mean, she'd just look at you with shark eyes. And no matter how many times we would go through this cycle with her, where she would deceive us and betray our trust and hurt people in our family, she would always reel us back in, because there's something in normal, good people that wants to believe that someone like this can change. You want to believe that, you know, there's redemption for someone like this and that they might change their ways and become a better person. And she knew that. And she would use that in order to ingratiate herself again and regain our trust, only to betray that trust again harder than she had the first time. And this happened dozens of times, and it created an incredible amount of strife in our home. She could manipulate my parents and drive a wedge between them. She was just an incredibly intelligent person and incredibly evil. And having met someone like that, it made me able to understand, and even though I didn't want to, accept the fact that people like this exist, whether you want to believe it or not. And if you trust them, you are only ever going to get hurt by them again. You have to forgive them at some point. And that was a very difficult thing for me to do. It took me years, but eventually I had to accept an apology from this girl that I never got and was never going to get. And I had to do it for myself. But I would never trust her again. That would be insane. for my own safety or for the safety of others. So this is an experience which I think is somewhat unique. I think most people have not met someone like this. And I mean, we might watch true crime documentaries or things like this, and we know that technically these people are real, but they exist on Netflix or in someone else's lives, and we never once believe that it could be someone we know, or that it could be someone living next door, or that it could be someone that our children play with, or someone we might allow to look after our kids. So knowing this is essential to understanding my reaction to what John began to tell me about Christina Parcell in April and May of 2021 after Aida had been taken back to Greenville. He started describing Christina Parcell's character and her personality. And as he was going through various points, he kept saying, Zach, I know you're not going to believe me. Like, I know this sounds overblown and dramatic, and you probably think I'm exaggerating. And under other circumstances, I would have, because John does, he's a big storyteller, and, when people are talking about their exes, like, everyone thinks their ex is the Antichrist. So, of course, I was sort of predisposed to be biased against what he was telling me, except for the fact that point by point, everything he described about Christina Parcell was exactly the same as my sister Grace. He told me that Christina Parcell was a master manipulator. He said she can lie at the drop of the hat and you'll never know it. He said she was incredibly charming. He said she was incredibly intelligent and talented. He used to say she was smarter than he was, but that her biggest fault was that she was lazy, and she had this arrogance combined with her laziness that was essentially born out of the fact that she knew she never really had to work too hard at anything in life, and she could even sacrifice trust with people and tell them lies that could easily be found out, because ultimately she was completely confident in her ability to reel someone back in, no matter how bad she had burned them before. And he could have been describing Grace to me because I knew this behavior. I had lived through this behavior. So at this point...
I'm sorry. When he was describing these features to you of Christina, had you ever told him about Grace? Did he know anything about Grace?
No. I don't make a habit of talking about Grace to people. One, it's incredibly difficult to speak about, and two, most people, having not met someone like that, it just doesn't really land most of the time. They don't understand what you're talking about. So no, John had no idea that I'd had this experience with Grace, which made me realize that there was no way he could have possibly invented this, because no one would get it right point by point by point unless they had met one of these people. And that was the first thing that really raised a huge red flag with me and made me think that despite the fact that he can exaggerate and overblow the truth, and he's often not very believable when you listen to him, I was convinced at that point that he must be describing something true, because no one would know how to describe it so specifically and accurately if they were just making it up. And I was right to believe him. So, in addition to this description of her character, and one last thing about Grace and Christina by correlation, one thing Grace was she had an addiction to doing was not merely stealing from you or sucker punching one of her siblings just to assert dominance or doing other terrible things to her siblings. She would recruit her other younger siblings to do these things for her. She would get off on making little duplicates of herself and training and enlisting her siblings to act as proxies for her, so that she wouldn't actually get in trouble, because she knew that we all had our eyes on her because of her behavior, and we knew we couldn't trust her. So if she even had 2 minutes with one of her younger siblings where no one was within earshot, she would tell them, hey, Mom's going to go check the mail. I just saw the mail truck go. When she's doing that, I want you to go run into her bedroom and go into her jewelry, or go and get this for me and we'll split it. Go and get that food that Mom said we can't have till the weekend or something. So she was an incredibly corrupting influence on anyone around her that she could exert her influence on. Again, I called her a vampire who sucks the goodness out of others. This is an incredibly appropriate metaphor because that's what vampires do. They're intelligent, they're dead inside, and they eventually kill the people around them unless they find someone who might be useful to them, and then they create a duplicate of themselves that they can control. And this is exactly what Grace would do. So when John was telling me all this, I realized that there was an incredible danger that what Christina Parcell was a future preview of what Aida Mello could potentially become if she was left in this woman's custody and was raised by her. And the facts have borne out that I was right. But
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. We'll instruct the jury to disregard the last comment.
Zach, at some point was Grace actually removed from your family?
yes.
Describe for this jury why, or the circumstance or the event that prompted her removal from your family.
It had been 4 years of what I've been describing. She had been sent to different girls' homes around the country, many of which had records of never expelling a single student, and she was the first for many of them that they expelled and sent back to us. And it finally just got so bad that we realized she was going to be a physical danger to our family. I discovered a diary that she had made where she described in detail my parents having their eyes gouged out and dying, and how once my parents were out of the way and dead, she would be able to assume her role as rightful queen of the country. So she just had these psychotic, psychopathic delusions of violence and grandeur. And we called the SS and asked them to remove her from the home.
We're going to come back to that in a second, or in a little while. You've testified about things that John told you about Christina. Did he also provide you with other information about Christina that informed your opinion of her or what you came to know about her?
Yes.
What were some of the documents or other pieces of information that John provided you with?
Objection, hearsay.
You know, we're not offering it for its truth. We're offering it to show what he knew. In State versus Vic, I've said, Your Honor, we are not offering it for its truth. Go ahead.
He offered me, among other things, 3 very pertinent collections of information. One was the photographs that have been discussed that I sent in mailings to various people, along with advertisements from an escort website, which were connected with these photographs. These photographs were of Christina Parcell in various stages of undress, and John told me that they were prostitution advertisements from her previous career as a prostitute. And looking at these photographs, there was no doubt in my mind that that's what these were. And I don't say this in any way to try to shame. It's simply that, I mean, who said it? pornography, you know it when you see it. Well, I think the same can be said in terms of these photographs. They were not cute, sexy, intimate photographs that someone might send to someone they're dating or something. They were lewd and tasteless, and there was a very clear element of advertising, a commercial element. So when I looked at these, there was a vacant, arrogant, almost derisive look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. It was a look that said, I can get you to do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you. And coupled with this was a deposition from 2016 that Christina Parcell had given.
And 1 second, Zach. Let me show you, Zach, what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 46. Take a look at this.
Yes, this is the deposition.
All right. This time the defense removed Defense Exhibit 46 into evidence.
State objects.
Not hearsay. Now, just for the purpose of the record, you sustain the state's objection. Is that correct?
I did, as far as that.
Yes, sir. After, Zach, after you read the deposition you referenced of Christina Parcell, what did you come to conclude or believe?
I believed that, based on various things she freely admitted to in her deposition, that she had a history of using and manipulating men in order to get money and in offering sexual services in return. She admitted to being a pornographic actress and producing a film in South Carolina where she rubbed her feet on a man's penis. She admitted to using sugardaddyforme.com, where she sought out romantic relationships with older men with a clear emphasis on it being a trade, essentially a reciprocal thing, where she was seeking out to be taken care of financially. She said that she had a general disinterest in having children at the time, which is why that she gave up custody of her daughter to John Mello when her daughter was very young. Her lawyer took it.
Your Honor, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
You can ask him, like we said, as far as just the effect it had on him,
Understand.
not the specific details.
Understand.
Move on.
Zach, a little while ago I asked you about documents that John gave you in addition to details he provided you, information. We talked about the deposition. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Is that also a document that John Mello gave you?
Yes,
Did you read it?
I did.
At this time, the defense removed Defense Exhibit 56 into evidence.
State objects based on the same objection we had in the prior, the prior issue. I think Your Honor's ruling was that he can talk about how it had an effect on him, but not to go into the detail.
Your Honor, this is a separate exhibit. It's different than the deposition. It's just a few pages. I'd be happy to argue to Your Honor on this.
I'm going to allow this to come in.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This is, so again, I would renew my motion to enter Defense Exhibit 56 into evidence. And it's admitted. Is that correct, Your Honor? Zach, take a look at Defense Exhibit 56. Would you, for the jury, let me look at it. Let's do this. Let's see. Zach, this is an affidavit of a man named Alex Fields. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to go over this affidavit for you, or with you. Based on your understanding of this affidavit and your communications with John Mello, how did John become aware of this information that led to this affidavit?
John posted an ad on Craigslist asking for information about a woman named Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren, and he provided photographs to identify her by.
Is page 2 of the affidavit this advertisement on Craigslist?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 1 of the affidavit. Would you please read the second paragraph of this affidavit?
I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown Greenville, South Carolina, when a woman approached me. She said hello and proceeded to ask if I was looking for a date. She said something to the effect of inviting me to bed for an amount of money and that we would not be rushed at all. When I refused her proposition, she proceeded to offer me narcotics. I refused and ended the encounter at that point.
Would you please read just the first sentence of the third paragraph?
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this woman is the woman that I saw on Craigslist.
And Zach, again, the woman in this advertisement on Craigslist, who's that woman?
Christina Parcell.
Zach, I want to talk about other information John Mello had provided you. You heard testimony from investigator Dan Bell. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And do you recall, in the state's case in chief, Dan Bevel, both in direct examination and cross-examination, testifying that he had met Christina Parcell in his official capacity before he began his investigation of the letters that were sent?
I remember.
And isn't it true that John Mello shared information with you about interactions he had had with Dan Bell?
Objection.
Objection.
Your Honor, I need a curative instruction on that.
Your Honor, I totally disagree, and I'm happy to argue.
conversations. I just had to take up some legal issues with the attorneys. Y'all are going to get your steps in today. Please proceed.
Yes. So, Zach, you testified about information that John has provided you related to concerns he had about Christina Parcell, especially in conjunction with Aida Mello. We talked about the time period April. I want to move to May. In May of 2021, were you and John Mello continuing to communicate about the situation?
Yes.
In May of 2021, what, if anything, did John ask you to do for him?
Given the extremely grave nature of John's concerns for his daughter, especially while she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and potentially being exposed to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile and is a pedophile.
Objection.
Sustained. I instruct you to totally disregard the last comments made by this defendant.
And Zach, could you just tell this jury what John asked you to do?
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $5,000?
What did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
So he offered you $5,000 if you would kill Christina Parcell, and you said no.
That's correct.
At some point, did he revisit that subject?
Yes.
Did he make you another offer?
Yes, he did.
How long after the first offer did he make the second offer?
I'm not certain, but I would say maybe 2 or 3 weeks later.
Tell this jury about that.
He was becoming increasingly more worried and distressed about the safety of his daughter. I was as well. The more I learned about this situation and everything, and a lot more than what I've told you, I was also...
Sustained.
What was the second offer?
The second offer, he asked me again, if I became convinced that his daughter was in danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $10,000?
What did you, or how did you respond to that offer?
I told him, John, there's no amount of money that would ever tempt me to do something like this. And I told him I was insulted that he even thought that would be something I would consider. So I told him I would never do something like this for money. I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcell's life.
Let's talk about what else is going on in your life in May of 2021. Tell this jury what you're doing with the music project with Tom Strange. How that's going.
We've been at the project recording the sonatas in the museum, like I talked about, for about 5 months. This, of course, I was doing in conjunction with all the help I was trying to provide John and Aida. So the music project on its own would have been incredibly stressful. And with everything else, I was just approaching burnout. Honestly, I was having a really hard time meeting my deadlines. And I was worried that the quality of the work I was doing was going to be going down. And I was just at the point where I needed a vacation, honestly.
And we're going to get to that in just a second. Tell the jury about your compensation as it relates to the music project with Tom Strange.
It was just an arrangement of a flat fee for all 32 sonatas. I was going to receive $5,000.
And if you broke that down on an hourly basis, how much were you getting paid per hour for that project?
Probably less than $1, but it was a labor of love.
During this time, were you also doing other things to try to make money to support yourself, or was it?
Yes, I was giving some outdoor concerts on the Wynn's lawn, and these were donation-based, so people were supporting me financially in that regard.
You talked about needing a vacation at the end of May. Describe a little bit more to the jury the fatigue and why you believe at the end of May that a break would do you some good.
Well, I needed a break. My nature is usually to just try to push through stuff like that. I can push myself too far. So I was not necessarily seeking out a break or a vacation, but I was definitely at the point where I needed one for the sake of my work, for the sake of my health.
Did you get that break?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury how that came about.
Like I said, John and I were communicating pretty much every day at this point. Much of it, if not most of it, about Aida. But I was also mentioning to him what I was doing, certainly times when he needed me to do something, and I would have to say, I can't, I'm practicing, I'm recording something like this. So he told me, I think he said, like, in the rock and roll business, we say you have a monkey on your back. Like, the project is starting to own you, and you just need to step away from it. You're too close to it, and you've been in it for too long. So he suggested that I come and visit him in Italy.
Did you take him up on that suggestion?
Yes, I did.
Initially, what was your reaction to that offer?
Initially, I didn't want to. Like I said, it's my nature to just kind of push through things, but with some more time, I realized that some time off from the piano would probably do me good.
So when did you go to Italy to visit John?
I think in either the very last days of May or first days of June, 2021.
Who paid for your travel?
I did.
When you arrived in Italy, where did you stay?
I stayed at John Mello's apartment.
How long were you there?
Between 3 and 4 weeks.
Do you remember where in Italy you were?
Yes, it was a town called Rovigo. It's not too far from Venice.
When you were visiting in Italy, where was Aida Mello?
She was in Greenville with her mother.
Even though Aida was not in Italy, while you were in Italy, did you have an opportunity to see Aida?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury what that opportunity was.
John had video visits ordered by the guardian ad litem, who you've seen before, Vanessa Cornwell, to have video visits twice a week with Aida. So he, even with the time difference, was always setting timers and alarms and making me set timers and alarms to make sure he wouldn't be late for these visits. Like, he lived for these visits every week. So often it might be 11 p.m. or midnight in Italy, but that was when Aida was free, so that's when they'd have their visit. And I would often be within earshot to where I could hear their conversation. Often I would be able to observe the screen of his phone or computer, so I could see Aida's face, her disposition. And on one occasion, I said hi to her.
What did you notice about her, or what did you conclude about her while you were watching Aida during these visitations?
So John had been telling me for weeks, Zach, Christina's killing my little girl. Like, I can see the spark dying in her eyes. And again, when I first heard that, I thought, aren't you being a little dramatic? Like, I hadn't seen her, but it just seemed a bit much. When I saw her in these visits, I didn't feel that way anymore. She was not the same little girl that I had known in Greenville when I first met them. She had put on a great deal of weight, probably about 20 pounds, which is roughly a quarter of her body weight. For an 8-year-old girl, that's a lot in a short period of time, but it was much more than that. It was her demeanor. Her spirit was just, she was morose, she was depressed, like that spunky, precocious, lively little girl that I had met was just not present there. It was a complete change in character. And I mean, John would ask her how she was doing, and she would always try to give a good response. Like, she would try to smile and say, "Oh, I'm fine, Daddy," and try to put on a good face. But it was clear that she was doing that because she didn't want to worry her dad. She didn't want him to realize how poorly she was doing, and it just reminded me so much of myself when I was a little older than she was, with what I've previously described with Grace. It's this, you internalize things. Like, she's a strong person, and she was trying to be stronger than she was probably ready to be at that age. And despite the stoic, strong exterior she was trying to put on, I could just see that she was being tortured. Like, she was drowning, and him saying that the spark was dying in her eyes was absolutely accurate. I could see it, I could hear it in her voice, I could tell it in her demeanor.
So, when you came, let me back up. When did you leave Italy to return to Greenville County?
At the end of June 2021.
When you returned to Greenville in June of 2021, based on everything that you knew and had been made aware of, and I want to start in June, what, if anything, in June of 2021 did you do to act on what you knew?
I had described the mailers that I had put together before, and the state has talked about them a lot. All of these mailers contained information that I believe had been put out publicly and by Christina Parcell's free will. So this was all information that had been available publicly, and that, to the best of my knowledge, was true. And I began to send these mailers to Christina Parcell and her boyfriend and people in the neighborhood for a threefold purpose. I wanted parents around that neighborhood to know that their children were not safe around her or around Brad Post. I wanted different people associated with this, such as the guardian ad litem, the police, to have access to this information so that they would have all the evidence that I was looking at that clearly demonstrated that Christina Parcell was a danger to children and her own daughter. And I also wanted there to be social pressure on Christina Parcell, because something, again, about people like Grace and Christina Parcell is the facade that they erect around themselves and the image that they put forward to the world is so important to them. They're narcissists. And it is a facade. It's completely untrue. But I was hoping that it wouldn't be worth it to her for other people to see her for what she was, in exchange for her trying to fight to have her daughter.
You sent multiple mailers beginning in June and going into July of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did those mailers and the effect those mailers had do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No, they didn't. If anything, Christina Parcell and Brad Post just dug their heels in deeper.
After the mailers were sent, do you know whether or not they had any effect on? Back up. I want to talk about after the mailers were sent. Did you learn of a video call or about a video call that John, who was in Italy, had with Aida, who was in Greenville?
Yes.
What did you learn about that video call?
Shortly after these mailers would have arrived, John described a call to me where he said Christina was, at the end of the call, she took the phone and turned it towards her face, which she usually did not do. And he said she was more angry than I've ever seen her. And he would often talk about how you would never see her angry, like she was very good at controlling her emotions and not showing if you had made her angry. And she took the phone and didn't say anything, but just slid her finger across her throat as if that she was threatening that she was going to have him killed for what she believed he was doing.
After the mailer, or the last mailer, did John share with you any information he had received via email?
Yes, he well, he didn't describe it, he sent it to me. An email he had received from someone he knew in the biker community, motorcycles. And Brad Post was also involved in the biker community, or at least tried to be. And this email was from this acquaintance of John, telling John that Brad Post had been going around essentially asking for someone to, quote, put the hurt on John Mello, and that he was offering a lot of money to make this happen.
Zach, we talked about the fact that you testified that you sent the mailers. You've explained why. I want to talk about something else you did for the purpose of acting on a concern. Take a look at what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 47. Is that an affidavit that you completed for the purpose or in connection with the pending family court litigation between John Mello and Christina Parcell?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this is defense counsel version. This is already in evidence. The state put that in. Zach, let's talk about this affidavit.
Is that the one from September?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Zach, why did you draft this affidavit?
I was extremely concerned about the danger that Aida was in, and I wanted to try to provide the family court with information about my opinion and my observations about her that would hopefully cause them to return Aida to John so that she would no longer be in danger.
Did this affidavit, well, let me back up. To whom did you send this affidavit?
I had it notarized, and then I think I scanned it and probably emailed it to John or left it with his family court attorney, Samantha Larkins, at the time.
One second. Let's move on. So that affidavit was, I believe, September the 21st of 2021. Is that correct?
I don't remember the date other than it being in September.
I'll show it to you.
Yes, the 21st day of September 2021.
And you testified that after you submitted that affidavit, that did not do anything to alleviate your concerns. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you take another step to try to act on your concerns for Aida?
Yes.
And did you take that step at the end of September or beginning of October?
Yes, I made a phone call to Child Protective Services, and I told them that I was a neighbor. So I told them that I had seen Aida being verbally and physically abused by her mother. And again, I made that up. That's not true. But I said it because I wanted to give Aida an opportunity to have FaceTime in person with an agent from DSS away from her mother, where she could tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You are to disregard the last 5 minutes from this witness.
Zach, let me ask this. You talked about Child Protective Services. Is that in South Carolina, is that called DSS?
I think they may be part of the same entity, I'm not sure.
And so did they do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No.
Did that surprise you at all?
No.
In fact, you testified earlier about Virginia and Grace. Did you and your family have interaction with the DSS in Virginia
Yes, we did.
over Grace?
Yes, when I discovered the journal I had mentioned before about Grace's plans to murder my family, we called DSS and asked for her to be taken out of the home. And they did this, and after a few weeks of hearing Grace's stories and lies, they took her side. They failed to recognize what they were dealing with her. And they tried to have my parents put in jail and the rest of me and my siblings put in foster care. And we eventually had to sue them, and it was about a 2-year-long court battle. And that left an indelible impression on me, just as to how even experts can be wrong sometimes. And when they are wrong, it's so dangerous because everyone believes them because they're the experts. But sometimes you know what you know, and you know it's true, and even if an expert might think differently, it doesn't mean they're right. And DSS did a lot of damage to my family in those 2 years.
So ultimately, Grace was removed from your family, is that correct?
Yes.
Your other Russian siblings were not, were they?
No.
And in fact, Faith, one of your Russian siblings, has been in the courtroom all week, is that correct?
Yes.
So, you testified to this jury about the information you received from John Mello about his concerns. You've testified to the jury about the documents you consulted about those concerns. You testified to the jury what you came to believe. You testified to the jury about the mailers you sent, about the affidavit you submitted, and now about the call to DSS. After you had done all of these things to act on your concerns, and nothing had been done, tell this jury in early October of 2021, what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking?
I was still in the middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there just professionally, and of course I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Aida. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go.
Take the jury.
Yes, that's what I call attribution. Attribution of devices and accounts to a specific user. As an investigator, I look for things like selfies. Is somebody holding the phone? Do they have control of it? In this case, we have video that shows Mrs. Simontilli is manipulating the device in.
So that was the purpose, as you mentioned yesterday, and you've now explained today in a little more fully, of this particular slide in the video thereafter, to show that of the device during the time that we know approximately 30 minutes prior that she's connecting to her home surveillance system through the home's IP address.
Yes.
Okay. Because we know, again, 30 minutes later, she still is at Target with that phone in hand, as we can see in the screenshot here in slide 90 and the video in 91.
Correct.
All right. Also, with respect to the searches to the website, when defense counsel asked, well, it's a website, she isn't typing in these searches. She is initially searching for the subject of cell phones and cell phone spying by law enforcement in order to navigate herself to a website that has articles on it, as the ones you showed us in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's right. That's why I describe it as surfing activity, surfing the web.
So it's not like these searches automatically came up on her device without some manipulation, handling of the device, just like handling your phone here and connecting to an application that allows you to watch your cameras.
A user has to navigate to the website.
You were asked several questions yesterday about Viber. When you were able to look at the defendant's cell phone extraction as well as Baker's cell phone extractions, were you able to find the Viber application on either of their phones?
No, I wasn't.
Does that mean that the application was deleted at some point prior to their arrest on June 14th, where you were present, where their cell phones in the vehicle were seized?
Yes.
Pursuant to warrant. And as we talked about yesterday, when you delete an application, it may also then, if you're using the application to communicate, once you delete it, you may also be deleting all of the associated data, or at least the messages that were made through that application, because it no longer exists on the phone.
That's right.
And you also mentioned you were asked questions about the WhatsApp application on the phones. That was an application that was found both on the defendant's cell phone that she has in her hand there, number 119, as well as Baker's Samsung S, I think it was the 4, correct?
S8.
S8, okay. So it's item 121, correct, at the time?
I don't know about the item number, but it's the S8.
S8. But again, the associated data, as you look at it through Celebrate, shows that that data is encrypted so that it prevents you from reading, let's say, the bulk of the messages.
Yes.
You also were asked yesterday about the communications between the defendant and Robert Baker on January 23rd, and we looked at the timeline that was created that we saw in Exhibit 160. Which is, as I mentioned yesterday, 4 pages in length. And shows that there are messages, according to California time, local time, converted from UTC, beginning at 6:50 in the morning, based on the Viber CDRs, not the cell phone extraction, because the Viber app had been deleted and therefore it deletes the communications, but from the Viber business records themselves that we discussed yesterday, that the defendant sends a text message to Robert Baker at 6:50 in the morning on the date that her husband is murdered, correct?
That's right.
And then communications between them continue throughout the entire day. Looking at page 2, which starts at the top at 11:41 and 50 seconds a.m. Second page ends at 2:45 and 56 seconds. Baker texting to Monica. Page 3 at the top at 2:46 and 40 seconds. The defendant texts to Baker. And then the last text from the defendant to Baker at 3:36, according to the Viber records, correct?
Yes.
And then, at some point, shortly thereafter, as you testified to yesterday, at 3:53 and 57 seconds, she activates the application that connects her to her home surveillance cameras.
Yes.
And then that was based on the cell phone extraction, corroborated by her cell phone records, called detail records, correct?
Yes.
Which you said the cell phone extraction keeps records according to a certain time frame. Then the cell phone records, the provider, in this case AT&T, keeps records as well, correct?
Yes.
And at 4 o'clock, her cell phone records, we see that she is connecting to her home IP address, as you explained yesterday. That would be necessary in order to view your live feed from your cameras, correct?
Yes.
And that connection actually continues we look at the last page. Of People's 160 until 5:15 in the afternoon. That's the last connection to her home IP address. Yes?
Per the AT&T records, yes.
Yes. So you don't know at what point she actually closed the IDMS Lite application on her phone, correct?
That's right.
All you can say, based on the various sets of records, is we know that she accessed it at a particular time, as we talked about, just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and that the last connection to that IP address was at 5:15 in the afternoon.
Yes. So if I may elaborate briefly.
Please.
It's a step-by-step process that starts with the instructions that were in that first digital email, instructing the user, the customer, on how to log in to the CCTV system that was set up at the Cementilli residence. That IP address continued to exist all the way to the end of January 2017. There was prior usage of the IDMSS Lite app a handful of times.
The last one being, I believe, in November of 2016, 2 months prior.
2 months prior, yes. But now we look at January 23rd, 2017.
The day of the murder.
The day of the murder. Per the instructions from the email, we have an artifact on Mrs. Cementilli's iPhone 7 that shows an IDMSS Lite app was opened 3:53 in the afternoon. This is followed in short succession by the AT&T data, the internet history, that corroborates the opening of that app and shows connection with high bandwidth, particularly towards the 4 o'clock hour. All the way, connections all the way through, logged in the AT&T records until 5:15 p.m.
And on top of that, we know that the phone is in her hand at 4:30 as she's leaving the target.
Correct.
So there's no question here as to who is manipulating or navigating or controlling the cell phone during the 4 o'clock hour.
That's right.
Also yesterday, defense counsel put in front of you, I believe it was marked as defense exhibit 614, AT&T records for the balance of the day of January 23rd. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Those are the same records that I showed you on direct that were marked as people's 156. And let me show you the front page. Here, the AT&T internet history, correct?
Yes.
And the pages that defense counsel, it says it right up here at the top, internet history and it has the serial number and the IMSI number for the defendant's phone. If we go to the pages that talk about or that refer to Tuesday, January 24, again, once you convert those to UTC time, that includes January 23rd.
Yes.
Correct? So what was shown to you by the defense, you yourself had already reviewed and are contained within the records I showed you on direct that were marked as People's 156.
Yes.
The hard copy, Your Honor, for the record, I believe, of those records, well, I think we just included them on the CD, which is 156. Showing you 159, which was the timeline I showed you yesterday for January 22nd. and includes multiple pages. I think it's 4 pages. Again, that also shows the level of communications. I remember yesterday we were looking at your chart and you were asked about the peaks and the troughs. The level of communications on the day prior is also, prior to the murder, is contained in People's Exhibit 157 that we looked at yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And that date, there were approximately 180 messages between the two individuals, the defendant and Mr. Baker, correct?
That's right.
And in the timeline for January 23rd, that is marked as People's 160, there were approximately 115 communications, correct?
Yes.
And as was pointed out yesterday, there was a gap of messages in the Viber records for approximately an hour and 10 minutes between 3:36 until 4:45, correct?
Yes.
And 4:45 would be, I assume that you are familiar, would be during the period of time when Robert Baker and Mr. Austin would be at the Cementilli home.
That is correct.
Also, with respect to Defendant Baker, you included, Robert Baker, you included information relating to Baker and the defendant in your various timelines with respect to surveillance units. Did you ever recover on June 14th a flip phone belonging to Baker?
No, I don't recall that.
Nor the S6, as you talked about, which was, you showed us, was registered to Baker at a period of time in your PowerPoint.
That's right.
So therefore, you would have no way of knowing what applications existed on either of those phones belonging to Baker at any given time.
Unfortunately, no.
You were also asked about the Instagram business records. Sorry, my computer went to sleep. And in your timelines, you included, in order to be able to show the dichotomy, the public posts versus the photographs that you recovered from the defendant's iCloud, her Apple iCloud records. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In any of these public Instagram posts, did you find anywhere where the defendant posted about her trip in March to Las Vegas with Robert Baker?
No, I didn't.
Anywhere in those public Instagram posts, did you find any posts by the defendant regarding her trip in May to Las Vegas with Robert Baker?
No.
Anywhere in the public Instagram account, did you see any posts to the public regarding her trip to Myrtle Beach at the end of May with Robert Baker?
No.
I have nothing further.
Any requests?
We want to just on two issues, if I may. You talked about Officer Davis messages from the morning of January 23rd all throughout the day, correct?
Yes.
On Viber. And there's also messages on January 22nd. As you've already shown, this graph shows that there are messages every day in January between March.
Yes.
And there are actually more messages on nearly every other day other than January 22nd and 23rd,
Objection,
right?
cumulative.
I'll allow this.
Yes.
On the IDMSS issue, the act for viewing the home surveillance cameras, there's a connection that you said continues from approximately 4 p.m. continues until 5:15 p.m., correct? That's what you put to you.
Ongoing log entries of that IP address, yes.
Right. There can be a connection, but not necessarily video being streamed, correct?
I don't know.
Well, to stream video, you have to download data, don't you?
I can only speak to what the data is in front of me.
But to stream video, the device has to download data from the home IP address.
There would have to be incoming data to stream it, yes.
So there has to be incoming data downloaded to stream video.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the app can be connected, but it could be running in the background, right?
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be that. Well, let me just, the app can be connected, but it's running in the background. So let's actually look at some of these entries where there are connections to the home IP address going up to 550, right? And this is the same exhibit we referred to, I believe. I'm sorry, it's 613. This is the full log, the AT&T records showing data downloads, connections with Monica's phone.
Counsel, I believe for the record that's 614.
Thank you so much. The 614. Correct myself. Now, you said there's a connection with high bandwidth, particularly towards 4 p.m., right?
Yes.
But there's actually a connection with high bandwidth only at 4 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to object cumulative.
Well, I need to address the point that there's a connection beyond and up to 5:15. So I'm going to show you those connections.
Same objection.
I'll allow this to go to 5:15. But again,
Right. We've already looked at the connections at 4 p.m., 4:05, and 4:25. I'm not going to go over those again. Right. But it is true that there are connections a bit later. Right? And this is showing the connection at 4:25. There's no data downloaded, it's 0. Right? This is the last one we talked about. There's no data downloaded. Video cannot be streamed.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Let's look at the next one. There's a connection here at 4:30, connected to the home IP address. 0 bytes downloaded. If there is 0 bytes downloaded, this is at 4:30, this is beyond the times we looked at.
Same objection, Your Honor.
If there is 0 bytes downloaded, video cannot be being streamed, can it?
I would say with 0, there's no video coming in. No.
Right. There's also connection at 4:55. Again, 0 bytes downloaded at 4:55. Video cannot be being streamed with the home security cameras, correct?
And that would also be after the DVR box was removed as well.
Right, so we know the DVR box was removed when the killers, Robert Baker and Chris Austin, left the house, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 4:53 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Because we see the Porsche driving away at 4:53 p.m., correct?
Right.
You need the DVR to view the home surveillance cameras, don't you?
Yes. Without it, you would have no endpoint, essentially, to stream data from.
So the DVR, sorry, continue.
I was going to say the phone could still attempt to make a connection, and that may be why we see additional log entries here beyond that point in time. But there's nothing to receive information from.
So the DVR has been ripped out, impossible to be viewing the home security cameras.
Right.
So these entries, 4:55, and the entry at 5:15, no possible way that home surveillance cameras are being used then, are they?
Nope.
So even though the connection continues until 5:15, absolutely not evidence that any home security camera footage is being reviewed.
Right.
No further questions.
Anything further, other people?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Officer Davis. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may call the next witness.
Call Deputy Miguel Valderrama.
You can please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and go witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Miguel Balderrama, Miguel, B as in boy, ALDERRAMA.
Thank you. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I'm a detective with LA County Sheriff's, currently at Major Crimes Metro Detail.
Okay. And how many years have you been so employed?
A little over 26 years.
Where were you assigned back in October of 2018?
I was working overtime in this courtroom as bailiff of record.
What were your duties as the bailiff of record in October of 2018?
I was handling all court proceedings for Department 101 and then security of the inmates for that calendar day.
I want to direct your attention to the dates of October 2nd and October 3rd of 2018. Let's start with the October 2nd date. You were assigned to this courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize defendant Monica Sementilli seated over here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you identify her for the record?
She's sitting at the table with a beige suit.
Also showing you what's been previously marked as People's 14. Do you recognize this individual?
That's the individual that was the co-defendant on this case.
Robert Baker?
Yes.
Okay. And on the day of October 2nd of 2018, were you responsible for bringing the defendant and Robert Baker into this courtroom for court appearances?
Yes.
And subsequent to the court appearance, were you also responsible for returning them to the courthouse lockup?
Yes.
And that would be part of the normal job of a bailiff performing security functions for the courtroom
Yes.
with individuals that are in custody?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow certain protocol in order to keep the defendant and her co-defendant at that time, Robert Baker, separated?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Well, first they were both classified as K-10 at the time.
What's that mean?
So they were dressed down in orange jumpsuits, and they're both waist chains and leg chains.
What does that mean in terms of how they're kept?
A high security prisoner. So they're kept separately, no communication within them too. And then, of course, when you come into the courtroom, you have to separate their chairs as much as possible.
And was there also a sergeant supervisor who was assisting you in this courtroom that day?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Sergeant Bob Westfall.
Okay. And was he also in the courtroom with you on October 2nd?
He was assisting me.
Okay. Did he also go into the lockup with you at some point on October 2nd and October 3rd?
Somewhat, I opened the door and he was at the threshold between the 101 courtroom and then the 101 lockup. So he was between the open door.
Okay. And once the court appearance was done in this courtroom, what did you do with respect to the defendant and Robert Baker?
So it was a quick matter, calendar matter that day. I initially escorted Robert Baker first to the door, and then my sergeant caught him at the threshold, and he immediately ordered him up to the stairs. It's a second floor landing. So the lockup facility is on the 10th floor. We're actually on the 9th floor, so there is a landing that Robert Baker was sent to.
Okay.
As soon as he was staged at the second floor landing, I came back in and then escorted Cementil into the courtroom lockup.
Okay. So at this point, Baker is supposed to be at the top of the staircase leading to the 10th floor lockup.
Yes, but he was lingering on the second floor landing. He wasn't listening to my instructions because I ordered him all the way to the door.
Were you directing him, commanding him to proceed up to the top of the stairs?
Yes.
And what did he do at that point?
He was lingering around the stairwell on the second floor landing.
Okay. So he did not obey your instructions?
No, and also Sergeant Westfall was also ordering him, and he was still lingering around until I entered the courtroom with Cementil.
With defendant Cementili?
Yes.
Okay. And once you took defendant Cementili into the lockup, what happened at that point?
So then I took lead in front of Cementil, and then I ordered Baker to the end of the doorway on the 10th floor. Okay. And at that time, then he followed my instructions and went to the end of the door. And then I stood in the second floor landing. Then I ordered Cementil to come up the stairs. So at the same time, I could keep an eye on Baker, and I could keep an eye on Monica as she's coming up the stairs.
Defendant Cementili?
Cementil.
Okay. And then did you take any particular position between the two as you came up the stairs?
Yes, I was in between them both, so I could keep an observation on both Baker and Cementil.
At the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you also order the defendant Cementili, to do something?
I had her come up to the stairs
you?
Towards me. When Baker was up by the door facing the wall, then I ordered Cementil to come up the stairs to the second floor landing, and then I went up to Baker so I could open the door.
Okay.
Still keeping an eye on both inmates.
Okay. During this time, was there any communications between between the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes, there were. Baker was talking to Cementil. Hey, we got this, Mercedes, we got this. I wasn't really paying attention to that because I was looking for hands and basically trying to get them escorted to their lockup.
What did he call her?
Mercedes.
In your report, did you indicate it might have been Madonna?
It could have been.
Is that what you wrote in your report?
I got to look at my report to refresh my memory. It's been a couple years.
I'm going to hand you a set of reports. You can review them. Let me know if that assists you.
Memory's refreshed.
Okay.
On page 4, I indicated it was Mercedes. We got this. And I put in quotes.
Okay. Did you indicate previously, though, you thought it could have been also Madonna?
Objection, leading.
I'll allow it.
Possibly.
Okay. So Baker was saying to the defendant, we got this.
Yes.
Okay. And at this point, were you still maintaining the distance between the defendant and her co-defendant at that time, Robert Baker?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I told him to stop talking, and then I went up to the door to open it because Baker was actually, he was in cell number 8, which is the actual door, the lockup facility. Right as soon as you open the door to the 10th floor, his cell was right immediately to the right. And then San Mateo was all the way down the end to cell, I think it was locker number 2.
Okay. And is there a recording of this incident?
Video recording?
Yes. That you've reviewed?
Yes, but that wasn't discovered till the next day, on
Yes.
the 3rd.
But there is a recording regarding, we're talking about October 2nd still, yes?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a set of 3 video recordings. May they be marked collectively on a CD as People's 163?
Yes.
Thank you. And they will include October 2nd and October 3rd of 2018. Let me show you the first one. three. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So you're looking at the camera bubble. If you have the bottom is actually 102, looking toward 101, which is this court. My
The
sergeant.
door open is 101.
Door open is 101. Sergeant Westfall is immediately the threshold, and he ordered Baker up to the end of the hallway.
And that's another bailiff that
The
just came out of
bailiff came
102.
out of 102.
So we just saw Baker go up the stairs in
Go up
orange.
the stairs. Yes.
You're still in the courtroom at this point. There you
I'm
are.
walking in right now. So Baker is up on the second floor landing up the stairs. I separate myself between both co-defendants.
And that's the defendant coming up the stairs behind you?
Yes, it is.
Now, the following day, October 3rd, were you again working as a bailiff here in this courtroom?
Yes, I again was working overtime that morning in this courtroom.
Okay. And according to your typical protocol, the next day around 7:40 in the morning, what did you do?
So normally I come in, the courtroom's empty. I do a security check, basically go through every section of the courtroom, jury box, the audience, and basically check to see if any bags or anything was left over. Then I make my way into the lockup. I check the cell before any inmates get there, because in the morning we do the calendar, and then we get the inmates for the either Department 101 or 102. So after that was cleared, I walked up the stairs and I checked all the railings, and that's when I noticed on the railing on the second floor landing going up to the 10th floor lockup, there was a baggie rolled up, and we call it a kite.
What's a kite?
Kite is a way inmates communicate between themselves. So it could have been either narcotics, or it was rolled up really tight. So I saw it on the inside portion of the railing, on the bottom portion of the rail as it going up.
Going up the stairs?
So I immediately called my sergeant, which was Bob Westfall, and I told him, if you don't mind checking the video cameras for the day prior to see if anything was placed at the time when Baker was going up the stairs. And that's when you discovered he actually not placed one, he actually placed two items.
Okay.
So that's when he came into the courtroom. We found the other one.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you the second video, also dated October 2nd, that's contained on the CD Exhibit 163. Okay, can you tell us what we're seeing here
So the
in the
bottom-
video from October 2nd?
So the bottom of the screen is actually the 10th floor lockup door. We're looking towards the stairwell as you're going up the 101. And the railing that's concerned is the one to the left, on the top of the portion. There's Baker, and he places something on the bottom of the rail, the inside portion of the rail.
With his right hand?
It's right hand. He's looking back.
This is where you said he was lingering and you were directing him to continue up the top of the stairs?
Yes, and he goes to the top of the railing, inside portion, he places a second item.
Which you couldn't see from your vantage point at the
No,
bottom.
that's why I sent them all the way to the door, because there's nothing to put on the wall. It'll be obvious.
That's you coming up?
That's me coming up. That's when he's talking back to Senator.
And that's Baker speaking back to her?
Yes.
Okay.
So I ordered her to come up to the stairs and go to the right side of the wall. As I was keeping an eye. Because the door is immediately, as you walk inside, his cell phone was selling rate. So I immediately placed them. I can still see her.
Okay. So you went back on October 3rd to watch this video once you noted the first item at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
Which then gave you information regarding the second one at the top of the stairs?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a third video. This one from October 3rd.
And he pointed to. I was taking photographs for the item.
All right. Your Honor, I have an evidence envelope. It has the name Gable on the front and number 191 and 192 written in red pen. May it and its contents be marked, please, as People's 164.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to
Your
read.
Honor, the defense is going to object as to People's 164 on grounds that the contents are hearsay.
Overruled.
Showing you this LAPD evidence envelope that appears to have other envelopes inside. Can you open the envelope, remove the contents, and tell us what you find inside?
Well, I could tell you these are the items I booked under the LA Sheriff's file number. So they were probably rebooked under the LAPD since it's an LAPD case.
Okay.
I know that for a fact because I identify my writing.
Okay.
I put the earn number, I put EB2, I actually did the sticker, and my name's on the sticker as evidence.
That are rolled up inside of the LAPD envelope, correct?
There's two, evidence 1 and evidence 2, and it's also correlates to my report that I actually authored.
Okay. And you mentioned a URN or an ERN number. Is that the way the Sheriff's Department tracks cases?
Yes.
Okay. So when you write a report on the report with a unique case number, that would also be related to any evidence recovered on that case?
Yes.
Okay. And so anything that you would recover, such as a kite, that would generate a report as well as evidence item numbers.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you had two separate items that you booked, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you have two separate envelopes. You labeled one as evidence 1 and the other as evidence 2?
Yes.
And did those correlate to the numbers in your report under that unique sheriff's case number or URN number?
Yes.
Okay. If you could open up the envelope with respect to evidence 1 and tell us what you find inside.
It's a plastic bag with a red envelope.
And it's in some kind of plastic wrap?
It's a plastic wrap.
Was that the same plastic wrap that was covering evidence 1 when you found it at the bottom of the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you have there that you've removed from the plastic wrap?
So it was the red envelope I found inside the plastic bag that was tightly rolled up. It was partially torn, so it does say Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Has the annex number. It has in parentheses 501-6191, which I'm assuming it's a booking number. And then it has written in pencil 3300 and 18U, which is the module at Men's Central Jail, and then that's the 18U is the bed, the bunk, where this person is assigned to.
Okay.
And it was like,
You said there was a number on the exterior that you thought was consistent with a booking number. What was that number?
it's 501-6191.
If I show you your paperwork again, did you include that number actually on the front of your report?
Yes, and I associated that with inmate Cementil
So that was the defendant Semin,
number.
whereas the module with the unit number, that correlates with the booking location or where Baker was being held, correct? At Men's Central Jail?
That's correct. In the face page, I put Men's Central Jail in module 3300.
Okay. So is there something inside of that red envelope?
It was 2 pieces of paper. It was like puzzle paperwork. On the back side, it had negative, and same thing with the other one. It was another puzzle paperwork, and then the back side, it had some numerical numbers, positive and negative.
Showing you the first page from evidence 1. Was this the item number that you recovered from the railing at the bottom area that we saw on the video?
Yes, that's one sheet of paper.
Did that appear to you to be some type of coded communication? Bless you.
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you commonly come in contact with items such as this when you're working in the jail facility?
Yes, and I also work how normally Mexican Mafia and different inmates communicate on different messages.
Showing you the second page, again, does that appear to be some type of coded communication?
That's what it appears like.
If you could return these to that red envelope and then to the evidence 1 envelope.
It resembles a booking bag that normally people get in the jail facility.
Okay. Let's look at evidence number 2. Is this the envelope into which you booked a similar type 3 from 10th floor lockup?
Yes, I have my, I printed the report number, which is the EARN, a uniform report number, and I also put a little narrative paper containing numerical cipher.
Numerical what message?
I put
Cipher.
numerical cipher message, basically.
Encoded.
Encoded message.
Okay. If you could open this envelope and again describe to us what's inside the.
And this one was a smaller plastic baggie, and it was tightly rolled up, and it was containing both sides were actually same type of numerical cipher, which is positive and negative numbers on both sides.
Thank you. One side. Again, does this appear to be similar to the other evidence item that we looked
Yes.
at? And on the back side, again, same?
Yes.
Okay, I'm handing this back to you if you could again place this coded height into the plastic and the envelope that you booked it to.
Those. Have you done that? Nothing further.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, and then you testified that Robert Baker went up to the second floor landing.
Yes.
And was it, and at that point you noticed that Robert Baker was lingering on the second floor. He hadn't gone all the way to the door.
I wasn't by the door. I was getting communication from my sergeant because my sergeant Westfall was telling Baker to go to the end of the door like I instructed him to do.
Okay. And you testified that Robert Baker was ignoring those instructions?
Yes.
And disobeying both yours and Sergeant Westfall's orders?
Yes.
When you brought Monica Cimentilli from the courtroom into the lockup, Monica did everything that you obeyed all of your instructions?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that on the second floor landing you heard Robert Baker make a statement to Monica?
Yes.
And at no time did you ever hear Monica Cimentilli make any statement to Robert Baker?
I don't believe so.
if you had heard Monica Simontilli make a statement, would you have put that in your report?
Yes.
And I believe earlier in your testimony, you did take a look at your report, and there's no mention of any statement by Monica Simontilli, is there?
No.
Based on your observation and investigation, you determined that Monica Simontilli never received those 2 evidence items that were presented in court today. Is that right?
No, because I prevented her from getting away from the rail on the right side.
Well, we watched several videos, so is it your testimony that if you had placed, well, strike that. Let me ask you this. You determined that at no point, based on your investigation of these evidence items, Monica Simontilli never actually received either of those. Just yes or no?
It's overruled.
No, as I was escorting Baker up by the threshold of the door in the 10th floor lockup, I had eyes on Simontilli, and I told her to come to the front of the door and wait by the facing the wall. So at no time did I lose sight of her, and she never went to the railway to pick any messages up.
That's right. She never went to the railway to pick any messages up.
She was close, but I had her escort come to the threshold of the 10th floor lockup. So she
Okay.
never had a chance.
Okay, but at no point did she ever disobey your instruction and go over to the right side,
No.
correct? And based on your observations on October 2nd, at no point in time you have indicated she was aware Robert Baker had left anything for her. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
You also mentioned briefly in your testimony that these kites can have some relation to gangs.
Yes, in my report, I actually had some ciphers that I personally found when I worked the jails.
Okay.
And talked to the inmates, and that's why I left. In my report, I actually put the way they actually use a master key.
Okay.
So at that time, I ordered jail deputies to go to both their locations and have their cells search for a master key.
Okay, but and my question is just that you are not aware of, based on your involvement in this case, being the bailiff of record on several court dates, you're not aware of any gang affiliation in this particular case. Is that
No.
right? I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Further by the people.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Balarama. You're excused.
We'll call Detective Christopher Gable.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphones, and for the record, spell your first and last name, please.
Yes, my name is Chris Gable, and it's spelled C-H-R-I-S-G-A-B-L-E.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired detective for LAPD.
Okay, and then what is your background with the LAPD?
In the LAPD, I spent a few years in patrol. Then I went to detectives. I worked robbery for a while, and I spent at robbery homicide.
So overall, how long were you a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Now, back in the time frame of 2017, specifically March 7, 2017, were you assigned to the case that you're in court on right now?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us how that came about?
Sure. Valley Bureau Homicide reached out to us to see if we would take over the case because they determined they didn't have the resources or the time to work on the case anymore because they thought it became a little bit more complicated than the time they had to put into it.
And currently, what was your assignment at that time?
I was assigned to homicide special at robbery homicide division.
And we've heard a little bit about it, but can you just explain then, you said there wasn't enough time, but why would a case from the Valley then be transferred to the homicide division, robbery homicide downtown?
Sure. So the way I like to explain it to make sense but, is, so LA City is huge, it goes from the harbor to the valley. So what LAPD did to manage it is they break it up to 20 different areas or divisions. And in each division, they have detectives assigned to handle every single crime that happens in that division. And they're super busy. And so when they get a crime, especially a violent crime like a rape, a homicide, or robbery, that becomes too, it exceeds their time to work on it or the resources to work on it, then they reach out to us to see if we'll take the case. Robbery Homicide Division 2017 had about 100 detectives assigned. And all the detectives have specialized in either robbery, homicide, sex assault crimes, or surveillance. So we have the resources and the time to work on bigger and more complicated cases.
At the time, then, who was your partner? Take over the case. Is this a partner kind of relationship where two of you take over together as partners?
Yes, we work side by side through the whole case.
Now, when did you first became involved on March 7th, 2017? Is that correct?
Correct.
And was the current then detectives Parcell and Verna? Does that ring a bell?
Correct. It was Parcell and Verna.
So how do you get up to speed on the case from your inception of when you come on?
Sure. So they came up and we met with them at the in our office, and they explained the case. We learned about Robert Baker and his DNA being found at the crime scene. We learned that he was a 296 registrant. He had about 10 that went in the house with him that was still unidentified. We learned that there was a secret affair, love affair, or affair, I should say, between Monica Samatelli and Robert Baker, and that he was her racquetball coach. And they told us that they had set up and started surveillance on them. And at that point, they decided to withhold the information to Monica about the DNA, which we thought was a good avenue to take.
Why did you think that?
Well,
Sustained.
What was your next
ladies and gentlemen. As I stated at the outset of this trial, I am the sole judge of the law in the case, while you, the jury, sit as the judge of the facts. And part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot. The gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law, and I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. Furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard, and I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you go to your deliberation room, okay? All right, please continue, Mr. Mormon.
Zach, before we broke end of September, beginning of October of 2021. You remember that?
Yes.
And Zach, you testified before lunch, 2 offers John had Christina Parcell. Do you remember that?
I remember.
And do you remember after the second offer telling John something to the effect of, you would never do that for money, you would only do that if you believed it was necessary to rescue Aida?
And if I believed there was no other way.
At the end of September, beginning of October 2021, did you conclude that you had to rescue Aida and there was no other way?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about what's happening in your life in the beginning of October 2021. And specifically, I want to talk about the status of the music project you had been engaged with Tom Strange in the Seagull Museum. I also want to talk about other employment opportunities. So tell the jury what was going on in your life on that front at the beginning of October.
At the beginning of October, I was just coming off finishing the project at the museum. We finished in September at some point, and as I mentioned before, my birthday is October 2nd, so I had arranged to play a private home recital at the Wynn's home, where I would play the last 3 piano sonatas of Beethoven on my birthday. So these are very, very difficult pieces of music, and some of the greatest pieces of music ever written, so I was very preoccupied trying to give my best to these pieces. And shortly after that, a friend of mine reached out who had done some work performing on cruise ships. There's an organization called Lincoln Center Stage that recruits conservatory-trained musicians to form either a piano quartet or a piano quintet to play classical concerts on cruise ships. And they had had a pianist drop out at the last minute, and long story short, I interviewed for this job and got this job, I think on October 12th, but it was about that time, maybe a little earlier.
Where were the winds on October 12th and 13th?
They were in Europe.
And ultimately, did you take Christina Parcell's life on October the 13th?
Yes, because I believed it was absolutely necessary to save Aida, and I was right.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I ask you to disregard the testimony that you just heard.
I want to talk about the timing. You've alluded to it a little bit, but I want to be more specific. October the 13th. Describe for the jury why you felt that was the time, why you believed it, or why it was necessary to do it on October the 13th, specifically, or in this period of time.
I had been wrestling with this since June. As I previously stated, since the end of June, I believed Aida was in complete and grave danger every moment of her life that she was living with her mother. And the other things that I had tried to do to save her from that were not working. So I was having this incredible wrestling match within myself for these months, feeling that I needed to do something to save her, and yet feeling this incredible reluctance to do the one thing that I knew would save her because of how terrible I knew it would be to do it, even though I believed it would be right. So by the time October 13th rolled around, I had been grappling with this for a long time, and I was experiencing a tremendous amount of guilt that I had waited as long as I did, because I should have acted sooner, and I didn't do that. So I had come to the realization that I had gotten this offer to go on this cruise ship, and I would have been leaving the country for a long time. Essentially, it was now or never. I had an opportunity to save her from a danger that I knew she was in, and that I knew was not going to cease. And I just couldn't go on with my life and leave her to drown. I mean, I had a great life. I had everything. I made money doing what I loved. I was going to be going to the South Pacific to play concerts for rich people on cruise ships. I mean, but how could I go and enjoy that and know that I was leaving a kid to her fate, a kid who thought that I was her friend? I would never have been able to look at myself in the mirror again if I had done that. So, specific to October 13th, I believed that there would be a period of time at the house when Christina Parcell would be alone. And I wanted to make sure that absolutely no one was there. Not Aida, not Lutina, not Brad Post. Because again, this was not about revenge or retribution or anything. I wasn't angry. The only thing I was feeling that day was pity. And I wanted to make sure that no bystander or no one else would be involved in this, which could have happened if someone else was there.
Zach, let's talk about that. So, once you concluded, believed absolutely this was what you had to do, did you go about planning?
Yes, I planned very carefully to make sure, one, like I said, that no one else would be involved in this. And two, I knew that if I tried to do this and failed, it would only be worse for Aida.
And consistent with the court's instructions, why did you believe it'd be worse for Aida?
Because I believed that if I was discovered doing this, it would connect me to John Mello. And I believed, and I still believe, that he's a great father, and he is Aida's best shot at having a happy and safe childhood.
Let's talk about the planning. Did you get a gun?
Yes.
At the time, were you also carrying your own firearm?
Yes, I had a concealed weapons permit at the time, so I generally would always be carrying a 9mm concealed weapon on my person for personal protection.
Did you get another firearm for this?
Yes, I did.
What type of firearm did you get?
It was a .22 caliber revolver
Where did you get it?
at a gun show.
Where was the gun show?
It was here in Greenville.
How long before October 13th did you get the .22?
Maybe a month or a month and a half earlier.
Did you also get a knife?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get the knife?
At the gun show.
At about the same time?
It was the same day.
Let's talk about what else, what other planning you did. Did you obtain gloves?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember where you got the gloves?
No, I don't.
Did you obtain any chemicals?
Yes, I bought some paint thinner because, again, I didn't want to be connected to this because I wanted to make sure this would actually do something to save Aida. So in case a glove had broken or I had left a fingerprint or something, I wanted to be able to clean it with the paint thinner.
Zach, let's talk about your bike and what you did to become familiar with the area of Canebrake leading up to October the 13th.
I had looked at a route I would be able to take from the mountain house that I was staying at on back roads to avoid traffic cameras. So maybe a few days beforehand, I looked at Google Maps and I figured out how this route would lead.
Let's talk about October the 12th. Did you originally plan to do this on October the 12th?
Yes.
Zach, consistent with the court's instructions, describe to the jury why you didn't do it on October the 12th.
I woke up that day and I just felt such reluctance, and something in my gut told me it wasn't the right day. And I waited one more day.
Let's go to October the 13th. You testified earlier that you wanted to plan in part to prevent or minimize danger to others. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have information about where people would be on October the 13th?
To a degree, yes.
How did you get that information?
From John Mello.
What did he tell you?
He told me when Aida would be at school, and he told me that he believed Christina had a job interview at some point that morning.
So let's talk about that morning. The evening of October the 12th, where did you spend the night?
At the mountain house.
13th and you left the Mountain House, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember approximately when you left the Mountain House?
It was much later than I meant to. I think it was about 8 or 8:15 in the morning.
When you left the Mountain House, in which vehicle did you leave?
In my Ford Ranger.
What was in the back of the Ford Ranger?
My bike.
That bike right there?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record, this is the state's exhibit. I don't have the number that was introduced. What else did you put in your pickup truck in addition to the bike?
I brought the gloves and I put this in a backpack. I brought the paint thinner and the gun I described, the .22. I brought a knife and I brought a box that was made to look like a gift wrapped box and a bunch of roses that I had bought the day before.
Talking about the roses in a minute. When you left the Mountain House, where did you go?
I drove to a road that runs parallel very close to Canebrake.
When you got to that location, well, before we go further, describe for this jury the ride in your truck from the Mountain House to this location, what you were thinking, what you were feeling, what was going through your mind.
Like I said, I had wrestled with this for months. I had come to the point where rationally I knew that the only way Aida was going to be saved from what she was enduring was for me to take this route. I knew that. But there's another element, a human element, which is just so reluctant and revulsed by the idea of taking a human life. So I had prayed a great deal about this. I had prayed like I'd never prayed before, because even knowing that logically this was the right thing to do, it didn't satisfy that emotional and human aspect where I felt that I needed permission to do this. And I was so terrified that somehow I might be doing the wrong thing. Like I knew that it was right logically, but there's the emotional aspect was just reeling against this idea. And more so because she was a woman. I was raised to always protect my sisters and mother, and I opened doors for women growing up. So this idea was just repugnant to me, even though I believed it was necessary to save a child. So on that morning, I had prayed earlier, a few days earlier, and I had felt that this was the right thing to do, no matter how terrible and difficult it was going to be. So like I said, I didn't feel anger. I felt pity because I realized that this was just the only way to save a child. And it felt like a foregone conclusion because I knew that I had a duty to do this to save a child. So physically driving my truck there, I was experiencing a level of anxiety and physical illness that I had just never experienced due to stress before. my hands were shaking. I was in a cold sweat, and I was fighting the urge to vomit before I even got close there. A few times I thought I was going to have to pull off to the side of the road because I could hardly keep my truck straight. My hands were shaking so badly. But the whole time I was just thinking, if I don't do this, if I turn back, then I'm consigning Aida to her fate, when I know that I could have done something to stop what was happening. So I just tried to take my mind off of it, and I tried to just go and drive a little bit farther and a little bit farther and not think about what I was going to have to do when I got there. And when I finally got to the point where I parked my truck, this feeling only increased. I knew the plan, but I was having so much difficulty going through with it. So I took my bike out of the truck, and I had a mask on and clothing that's been described already. And I just tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other on my bike. And it felt like some runs or rucks I had been on where all I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other because it was so difficult to keep going. And I just kept seeing Aida's face and reminding myself that if I don't do this, no one's going to come to save her. And I kept pedaling, and eventually I arrived in front of 122 Canebrake.
Zach, we're going to talk about what happened when you got to 122 Canebrake in just a second. You described having a gun and having a knife. Initially, were you going to use the gun?
Yes.
Did you ultimately decide to use the gun?
No.
Why not?
I was very concerned about using a gun because of how loud it would be, and I didn't want to alert a neighbor or a bystander who might come to investigate and get involved. So I tried to suppress the gun by making a makeshift suppressor. And in movies, these things are made out to be like it's very easy, and a suppressed gun is just very silent, and that's not the case. So ultimately, I test fired the gun, and I had bought some subsonic ammunition, which is supposed to be quieter, but I didn't realize that on a revolver, a suppressor doesn't work because the end of the cylinder is open. And I realized just a day or two beforehand that I couldn't use a gun because it could potentially involve someone else in this if someone heard a gunshot and came to investigate.
If you had had a choice, would you have rather used a gun?
I would have rather not had to have done it at all, but if I had to, yes, I would have chosen a gun.
Why is that?
Because it would have been quicker and more humane.
All right, let's talk about, you arrive at the house in 122 Canebrake. Do you remember about what time you arrived there?
I think it was a little after 9 in the morning.
And you arrived there on your bike? Is that how you did it?
Yes.
And you testified about this a little bit, but tell the jury what you're wearing.
I had on black pants and a black thermal and a gray shirt over that. I had on a black beanie and a white medical mask, and I had on black gloves and a black backpack.
Do you remember how many vehicles were parked in the driveway when you got there?
One.
When you arrived at the house and you got off your bike, what did you do?
I laid my bike down in the driveway, and I took my backpack off, and I took out the box that had been gift wrapped, that had an end open, and I put the .22 revolver in that box. And I put the backpack back on my back, and I took a bunch of roses, and I walked up to the door, and I rang the doorbell. And I was shaking and freaking out at this point, because there was nowhere I wanted to be less than at that house on that morning. And when I rang the doorbell, the door opened and a woman came to the front. And I thought it was Christina Parcell, but I wanted to make sure. And I also wanted to make sure that no one else was home. So I told her that while I was holding the box and the roses, that I had a delivery for Lutina Parcell, her sister. And she told me that Lutina wasn't home. So at this point I realized that Christina was at the house alone. And I handed her the roses, and I took the revolver out of the box and I pointed it at her, and I told her to be quiet and to go back into the house, which she did. And I followed her into the house, and I shut the door. And I was experiencing such anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point, my plan had been to try to knock her unconscious, because I didn't want to cause her or anyone any pain. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to save Aida and to make sure that no one else who was a bystander would be involved in this or could be endangered in any way. So I tried, while she was holding the roses, to strike her on the head and knock her unconscious. But my body was fighting me, because even though I knew who she was and what she was doing and the danger that was putting Aida in, I was still looking at her, and I was seeing a sympathetic figure. I was seeing a woman, and I had always been taught never to hurt a woman, to always protect women and children. So when I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I essentially pulled my strike. It felt like a time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there was a 30-foot face that you could jump off and jump into a deep pool of water, and when I would run up to the edge, I would try to get a running start and jump off the edge, and I just couldn't. Like, my body would stop me against my will. And I had to try to do this 10 or 15 or 20 times before I could actually get myself to go over the edge. So when I struck her on the head with the pistol, that's what happened. It didn't knock her unconscious, and I hardly struck her at all, to be honest. So I tried again, and the same thing happened. I just couldn't bring myself to strike her. And at this point, she realized that I was hesitating, and she began to try to move herself and to get away and to fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped and the petals and stems had scattered. And as I was hesitating, I realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control. And if I didn't pull myself together and act soon, this was all going to end up terribly for Aida, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
Zach, I'm sorry to interrupt, just a quick question. You heard testimony that at this time, Christina weighed 163 pounds. How much did you weigh on October the 13th?
About 160.
Go ahead.
So I realized that I was going to at any cost. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though my strikes were pulled. And I think the knife made contact with her, but it wasn't stopping her, and it wasn't inflicting anything that could be a fatal blow. And she started to fight back. She realized I was hesitating, and it became a struggle. And in the struggle, all I could do was try to overcome this resistance I had towards doing this thing. Even though I knew it was right, I still had this physical and emotional resistance to doing it. So I just kept striking her until finally we fell on the floor. And at this point, I had just tried to take my mind out of it and just try to get through this and finish it as quickly as possible, because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and I had to do this in order to save Aida. So I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground, and I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling. And at this point, I stood up, and I was still freaking out, and I was in kind of a daze. And I was just trying to pull myself together and figure out what I needed to do to leave the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida in danger, because I didn't know if Christina Parcell was the only person involved in what was happening to Aida. And she wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched my face in the struggle. And of course I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. And then I changed my mask and I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it. And I put it in the backpack. And at this point, I was really worried that someone, that Lutina might come back to the house, or Brad Post might come to the house, or a neighbor might come over. So I was trying to leave the house as quickly as possible. And before I left, when I realized that I had probably left my DNA there, despite my effort not to, I prayed again and just said that I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason. But if it's your will that I be connected to this, then I will turn myself in and I will own up to what I've done, and I'll take responsibility for it because I believed that it was the right thing. And then I left. I exited out through the door and I got back on my bike and I pedaled my bike back to the truck and I drove back to the mountain house, and I was still completely freaking out and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt, in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me, because I knew from that moment on Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sun on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Your Honor, instruct him to be quiet.
Okay, you need to stop talking. The jury.
Anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point, my plan had been to try to knock her unconscious because I didn't want to cause her or anyone any pain. That wasn't my intention. I just wanted to save Aida and to make sure that no one else who was a bystander would be involved in this or could be endangered in any way. So I tried, while she was holding the roses, to strike her on the head and knock her unconscious. But my body was fighting me, because even though I knew who she was and what she was doing and the danger that was putting Aida in, I was still looking at her, and I was seeing a sympathetic figure. I was seeing a woman, and I had always been taught never to hurt a woman, to always protect women and children. So when I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I essentially pulled my strike. It felt like a time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there was a 30-foot get edge. So when I struck her on the head with the pistol, that's what happened. It didn't knock her unconscious, and I hardly struck her at all, to be honest. So the same thing happened. I just couldn't bring myself to strike her. And at this point, she realized that I was hesitating, and she began to try to move herself and to get away and to fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped and the petals and stems had scattered. And as I was hesitating, I realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control. And if I didn't pull myself together and act soon, this was all going to end up terribly for Aida, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
Zach, I'm sorry to interrupt, just a quick question. You heard testimony that at this time, Christina weighed 163 pounds. How much did you weigh on October the 13th?
160.
Go ahead.
So I realized that I was going to have to somehow force myself to do this at any cost. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though my strikes were pulled. And I think the knife made contact with her, but it wasn't stopping her, and it wasn't inflicting anything that could be a fatal blow. And she started to fight back. She realized I was hesitating, and it became a struggle. And in this to overcome this, even though I knew it was right, I still had this physical and emotional resistance to doing. So I just kept striking her and striking her until finally we fell on the floor. And at this point, I had just tried to take my mind out of it and just try to get through this and finish it as quickly as possible, because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and I had to do this in order to save Aida. So I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground, and I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling. And at this point, I stood up, and I was still freaking out, and I was in kind of a daze. And I was just trying to pull myself together and figure out what I needed to do to leave the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida if Christina Parcell was the only person involved in what was happening to Aida. And she wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure in the struggle. And of course, I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. And then I changed my mask, and I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it. And I put it in the backpack. And at this point, I was really worried that someone, that Lutina might come back to the house, or Brad Post might come to the house, or a neighbor might come over. So I was trying to leave the house as quickly as possible. And before I left, when I realized that I had probably left my DNA there, I prayed again and just said that I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason. But if it's your will that I be connected to this, then I will turn myself in, and I will own up to what I've done, and I'll take responsibility for it, because I believed that it was the right thing. And then I left. I exited out through the door, and I got back on my bike, and I pedaled my bike back to the truck, and I drove back to the mountain house. And I was still completely freaking out, and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt, in that as soon as an enormous wave of relief washed over me, because I knew from that moment on Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Instruction to be quiet.
disregard the last comments that you heard. I also want to just remind you, as I've stated from the outset of this trial, that I'm the sole judge of the law in this case, and while you, the jury, sit as the sole judge of the facts, and part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury, and that gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law. And I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard, and furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. And I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you deliberate. Thank you. Mr. Moore?
May it please the court, all right. Zach, just got a few more questions. So, after you left Canebrake, isn't it true that you rode your bike back to your truck, which was parked within the vicinity? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And then you drove your truck back to the mountain house. Isn't that true?
That's true.
After you got to the mountain house, isn't it true that you disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
And isn't it true that the clothes you were wearing, that you burned those clothes in a fire pit at the mountain house? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I want to talk about towards the end of October, beginning of November. Isn't it true that at the very beginning of November 2021, you had obtained a plane ticket to fly overseas? Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
And you were going to go overseas departing from Detroit. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And while you were in Detroit, isn't it true that you received a phone call making you aware that there were warrants pending for your arrest?
That is true.
And after you were notified of the pending warrants, isn't it true that you rented a car, drove back in the middle of the night to Greenville, and ultimately turned yourself in? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
One second, Kyle. Kyle, anything else?
Okay. At this moment, well, can I see counsel? ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day, and I'm going to ask that y'all return at 10:30 tomorrow morning. I'm hoping that we're not going to have bad weather, but just potentially that will give a little extra time, and also for me to take up a few things that I need to do with the attorneys. I want to again thank you on behalf of the state of South Carolina and Greenville County for your service. I am so grateful for your attentiveness and abiding by all my admonitions to you. And again, I just remind you, do not watch anything on this. Do not discuss this. Do not begin deliberating until I tell you. Okay? I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.